Okay, according to this, we are live. Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's get these links out and get the chat pulled up. Well, we are continuing after quite the revelation, aren't we? Yeah, it's absolutely... It's... yeah, pretty nuts. Sorry, I'm... Okay, that's better. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, it was pretty nuts. It's one of those twists that, and of course I'm talking about what we found out about Michael, who was actually once Michelle. And what's interesting about that twist is that when I sat back and thought about it, it's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of times where now a lot of things start making sense. Especially when they keep mentioning about Michael's frame being on the more slender or frail side, and then it's like, okay, yeah, that's why. And then there's also the other things that they go into. But something that I want to return to that I made a comment about before when I was sharing my thoughts on things was I was wondering if Michelle had recollection all those times when she was feigning ignorance. However, when I think back to it, especially the Jacopo or the third door, I think was his door. Especially when I think to that story, when you think about it, Michelle, she really did seem to love Jacopo there. So it does seem that every time that things are reset or Michelle is reconstructed, it seems like everything is reconstructed because she does not possess the same, mindset that she had as in the medieval era. And that seems to be something so big that's like, I think that pretty much confirms that. Because I'm not sure how that is the entirety of the original Michelle, when given how strong her preferences and such were in the medieval era. I can't buy that that's entirely the same person in that third act. Still the same, I don't know. I still think it's still maybe the same kind-hearted type of person, but not when it comes to the way the brain is wired for preferences, and also the self-esteem and such. Well, not self-esteem, but more so like I'm not sure what the word is. Like, where when you're solidified in your identity as a person. Because it seems like that's actually the biggest role to die each iteration of Michelle is what... It seems that, like I said, it seems the personality is the same, but it definitely does seem that, clearly the history of each iteration changes, but it seems to be also maybe motives, goals, outlooks on life, things of that nature. Because, like, the Michelle in, like, the second door seem to be far more, just a go with the flow, just kind of, seem to kind of give up in some certain aspects. Whereas, like, the third iteration of Michelle, very, very, very much, even though that she was just kind of sitting back and hoping for something, that was a little more than just like, yeah, okay, just accept it. Okay, so anyways, yeah, forgive me, I forgot to get this out. Copy link, good, alrighty. There we are. Now I got this link out. No, I ruined that. My bad. Oh boy. There we are. That's better. Okay. I got it on mines, and now I'll get it out to the servers. Okay. That's one down. Let's get more. Promo. Alrighty. Now for this one. And this one. Oh, where'd it go? There you are. And last one. Okay, so let me get the, pardon me. Let me get the chat pulled up that we can begin. Alrighty. That's pulled out. Okay, so yeah, the biggest revelation is most certainly that, Michael was once Michelle. And it's seeming that what we're going towards is Michelle's probably going to be, it's already been revealed that it's already been revealed to others as her brother that Michelle is of a very different makeup than most people find acceptable, especially in that time period. And with that, my guess is she's going to follow up with that story, the witch, the rumored witch in the house, and Michelle's probably going to come across Morgana and strike up a deal that's going to change her into Michael, and then thus that's probably where this whole tale comes from of Michael making a deal with the devil. So that's my guess. I guess the next big thing that I'm going to be curious about is what does this mean moving forward? Because here's the one question I've actually got in my mind. How does this benefit Morgana in any way besides just her own amusement? Is she thinking that this is going to get Giselle further in her corner, therefore she has an eternal servant or something of that nature? I'm not entirely sure. And then I'm also hoping once we're done with this backstory, we are going to get Michael and Giselle to converse with one another, because if that is a deal breaker for Giselle in terms of romantic feelings, then fine. But damn, man, just everything they had gone through, it's like I don't know if either of them healed that well unless they had that kind of blossoming friendship, and then it turned into something romantic. So I don't know. I'm hoping at the very least that Michael can explain himself, and then what can hopefully happen going forward from that is that if Giselle does not want to return the feelings romantically, they would at least still be friendly to one another. However, you got to think. Giselle had hung on to wanting to meet this person that she remembered and she met for, God, almost 1,000 years. And so, with that big of a revelation, you definitely probably feel a huge amount of betrayal. But at the same time, she did find comfort in every time that Michelle reconstructed. So hopefully the entire relationship doesn't get tossed. But that's up to Giselle what she wants to do moving forward. So let's see how this all goes. But for now, I'm looking forward to learning more about Michelle's past, and let's see if she ends up meeting Morgana. It's gonna be my guess. Okay. Yep, that's it. Okay, and as where we last left off, Michelle kind of revealed. Oh my gosh, I can't remember her brother's new wife. I'm having a hard time remembering the names. I remember. Oh yeah, George's wife. I don't remember her name though. So Michelle kissed her. went a little to the direct route, and now the wife is seeing the other brother behind the scenes, which is pretty crazy. And she has revealed that aspect of Michelle to him. And I'll do another funny exchange, because she's talking about immorality, and it's like, well, if you're seeing somebody behind your husband's back, I think that's far worse. But so yeah, we got a bit of a conundrum here. It looks like most of the Bollingers are not really good people, though. It might be a little different from George's, because while one of his friends did, pin Michelle up against the wall, I don't think George's was really happy with that. So let's hold up a little hope that there's someone redeeming in the Bollinger family. Yeah, but I will say, of them all so far, I think Michelle or Michael, I'm pretty sure that she's the best one so far. Also, it just character-wise overall, Michael's been really cool too. He's got a very good story, very well written. I'm still liking Michelle's story the most, though. I mean, she just, with all the hell that she went through, I think a lot of her character is very admirable. And yeah, that's been a lot of fun. So anyways, let's continue. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy, like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in the doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with the fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm, but once they were gone, the anxiety came back. This might actually be the start of her mother having a mental breakdown. Though, this might start it, what might push it over the edge is if she finds out that Michelle's gay. She stayed with me, day and night, even for going to sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed, as if in prayer. Don't worry. It'll be all right, Michelle. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You're his angel sent to earth. This is probably another common bond between Morgana and Michelle. Is they were both essentially told these things from a very early age. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu. Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long, she had only wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation. But seeing her through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you. Don't worry. But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own. And I had numerous dreams. Hey, Edgy, hope you're doing well. What'd you miss? We're just continuing from last time. You pretty much picking up right where we left off. And actually, give me a quick second. I usually don't wear these, but I'm wearing glasses, and they're terribly dirty. But no, Michelle has a fever, and she's very, very ill. I guess the only thing that you missed was I was kind of going over some of my theories and such moving forward. I don't know what this revelation is going to mean moving forward in the main story, but my guess is Michelle is going to come across Morgana, and Morgana is going to be the one to grant Michelle the wish to become Michael. And I'm also guessing that things are going to unravel pretty quickly. I'm going to guess because being gay around this time period, yeah, that's something that's going to spread quick, and it is not going to be tolerated. So as soon as that gets out, oh boy, that's going to release all hell. And I'm going to also guess that what's going to make the family really encourage Michael to stay in the mansion is after the deal struck with Morgana. But I don't even know if Morgana is involved in that at all. But that's going to be my big guess. Because it seems to line up with all these stories that every thing is told about this witch in the woods, essentially. Which, the witch grants a wish, but there's always something to be exchanged for it. And then the one thing I'm also looking forward to is just figuring out how is the relationship going to go between Michael and Giselle moving forward. I'm curious to see that. Anyways, in my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier and I was George's. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her. You're disgusting. With one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. Yeah, I'm not sure how you still feel attraction towards somebody who clearly doesn't like you. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. And actually thinking back to that too, I am starting to wonder if when we found Giselle at the top of the tower, I am really starting to wonder now if that was really her or if it was an illusion. I mean, we'll find out later, I'm sure. It's just because since it seems that, especially those words, "you're disgusting," it seems like something Morgana would really like to torture Michael with. Several days later, my fever was gone. It like it had never been there. However... What the... My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. Ah! My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. I felt like my body was falling apart. Like my dreams were becoming reality. Michelle! Michelle! When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother? What? What happened? What's wrong with your voice? Michelle? Ah, I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle? A look of restrained fear on her face, Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt so hot against my skin. You don't have a fever. But I hurt all over. My joints. You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now, back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back. As Mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. Okay, what happened here? Is this part of her medical, is this a medical condition then? What's going on? Because something happened, whether it's like medical or it's, supernatural. Something is changing her. My voice never went back to normal, though. So Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet, and so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness. I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get out others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed. I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me. The only people I saw were certain... Oh, now that's... Oh, your kid needs you. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Okay, well, now I'm starting to wonder back to that one idea I had, edgy. Maybe she was born with different chromosomes and such. Not Amy, Didier, or George's. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breast exposed. One day, after about 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, next day, I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear. because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in the wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror side, my completely naked body came into view. Oh, this is the image on... Okay. Something resembling a mix of chuckle and sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand to the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked mother's curves, and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, it looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier. Damn, in 6 months? I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. Don't need the last two. Michael. So maybe she never... Okay, so maybe Michelle never does visit the witch. Maybe this is just... what do you call it? Intersex? Like I was saying, I was thinking, you know, this reminded me of Sadako. The novel version. I'm pretty confident that did not get addressed in the movies. Huh. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit, but it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Well, actually, an angel might be more suiting because the whole idea of the angels was they were supposed to be like genderless. At least that's like the instructions that were given when they were to be depicted on like paintings and such. Some doesn't look like... Do you really age that much in 6 months unless you're thrown to the... Like, you're on a war front or something? I'm not entirely sure. And those last two letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. This now makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Amy, and decent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that that's the case. Oh, but having this condition then, oh man. Yeah, you would not be very well accepted at all. Not entirely sure though, like back then, would it be like considered something miraculous or something cursed? No, I guess in this game it's very clear that, you know, Michael's not accepted whatsoever. But yeah, I wonder how things would be, how somebody with this condition would be seen in the medieval era, especially with the high religious societies and such. Oh boy. Oh my god, poor Michael. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. Okay, so yeah, no, we're not even Never even went to the witch to make the deal. This is literally, it is just how Michael was born. And now the rumors are probably going to spread with this huge transformation that occurred. It's going to spread, you know, they're going to just come up with the assumption Mista made a deal with the devil. And that's how that story probably got made. Oh my god. And it all just happens with the simple roll of the genetic die. Ugh. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in a locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I'd been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. And this is where shit's gonna hit the fan. Oh, God. Oh, man. Like I said, I still think Giselle's story is far more tragic, but this is still... Oh, man. Nowadays, we know how to handle this stuff, but... Oh, boy. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped the sheet over my shoulders and threw open my door. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now, I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change was within me. Then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows. But now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. Now I'm also thinking, remember the 2 letters? So one of them was sent to the mother. She obviously was pissy about that. But I wonder... I think he mentioned that the brother would be more understanding, but now I'm wondering, like, does anyone in the family really accept Michael? I don't know. Well, he did send that one servant, like Giselle said, so... I could hear the family gathered in the great hall. Everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about the life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money, he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications that she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for George's, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact she was sleeping with Didier. Yeah. It was all a facade. A mere shadow of a family. Yeah. It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. Then we could have everyone. I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You just locked me in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick at all. The child you called Michelle was actually your son. That was all there was to it. Huh? Huh? What? Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then, my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Oh, God. Sorry, my voice is fucking up. Let me go. Well, sorry about that. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you? Father? But Michelle? Michelle? This boy is Michelle? A wave of chatter spread throughout the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georges gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise I wouldn't have... What? Oh, so somebody kisses you and you find out it might be the opposite sex, and now you got an issue, despite you being married. Oh, Amy, what a... You are a piece of work, ain't you? Put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would have never agreed to it if I had known. Oh, okay. No, you're talking about that, okay. No, you're wrong. Michelle's my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Probably the growing pains stopped. Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look. You said you can't tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? What? Then you should have known exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damned full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. Okay, yeah. If shit was gonna hit the fan, that comment is going to just light this whole fucker on fire. So why don't you go cry into Didier's arms? You... What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why, Didier? Why not? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for Georges, but that whisked away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor. Cursed. A chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed upon her. When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face. Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl, she was a girl, I swear it! Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted. Restrain her. Please, someone restrain her. Fear regained. Fuck. Fear reigned in the Great Hall. But then, several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else. You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination. You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm... what? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength, though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep, and an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. Yeah, I think that this is... unless there's a different condition that does this besides being intersex. But I don't know. I don't have the... I'm not going to pull up the Google machine in the middle of this. What else could I be? So why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? God damn, man. Just... I can't help but keep feeling bad. Jeez. A chill ran down my spine. I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. There's nothing there. I got nothing there. Nothing there. I didn't understand what she was talking about. Well, yeah, come on. You know what she's talking about. The rest further fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me. She's a girl. She's my daughter. Mother, seemingly in the mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over. She was a girl. As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georges was still in panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. Yeah. Yeah. At the same time, though, it's like, yes, probably this was not the right way to go about it, but, I mean, all that anxiety and buildup for how many years? Yeah. I mean, you're not going to think like, what's the best way to go about this? But once more, it's like, I can't think of, like, you know, how would somebody like this be treated in this era? That's just, I'm going to guess nothing good. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. Jesus Christ, man. No wonder Michael adapted to the being alone in the mansion so well. Michael was abandoned well before moving out of this house. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. Hermaphrodite, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Oh boy. Oh, sorry, Edgy. Or whatever's going on with Michael and Michelle probably wouldn't go well back then. They probably think witchcraft or something demonic. Yeah, this is rough. Michael looks like Alec. He looks like albino Alucard. He does. Oh my god, I can't unsee it now. Michael, you're pouring gasoline on the house fire right now. Yeah. Escalated quickly. I mean, that got out of hand real fast. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. yeah, Michael just blew everything up. But at the same time, given he did not do it for the right reason. But I'm sorry, I have no sympathy for cheaters. That's so I don't know. I don't feel too bad about that. But poor George's better get out of that relationship and find a better woman. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, the more I think about it, I don't think it's intersex either. But like I said, I'm not gonna pull up the Google machine right now. It'd be treated like some sort of novelty to be paraded around or science. Ah, yeah. Yeah, kind of like a freak show or something. I chalk that up to an influx of testosterone and pent-up frustration. Yeah, you're probably right. Ah. Oh, man. Just... Like, what are the odds that you get the roll of the die that does not only... It doesn't just give you albinism, but also this. Like... Good God. Some people just... Ugh. At the very least, Michael seems content with himself. It's just, this is not an easy life. This is not going to be an easy life at all. As we actually see later on in the main story. But, it's curious, though, that it's like some of the times that he was reconstructed, well, as Michelle, in the iterations was actually behaved very femininely and seemed to even enjoy it at times. So I'm not sure if that's, like I said, if that's like in the beginning of the thing. I'm not sure if that is just a complete just roll the die every time, or if there is a bit in there that perhaps does not completely hate everything considered feminine. I don't know. Because, like I said at the beginning of the thing, it does not seem, there's not a doubt in my mind, especially after during that third door with Jacopo. Michelle loved Jacopo, and she was waiting and waiting and waiting for him to open up. So, yeah. I tell you what, though, if Michelle was able to retain any memories during any of those times, that was probably not easy for her at all. Ugh. Anyways, there was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michelle, the female's name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I have so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. I wonder, though, if part of the concern, though, is also birthed in the fact that the fear as to how is society going to react to you. It doesn't seem like that's really the biggest thing. It seems that that she's more just upset that her daughter got this condition, or son now, I don't know. And yeah, I do wonder how much of that fear could possibly be just how others are going to react. I mean, shit, you're the mother and this is how you're reacting. Mother, prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What does she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way that she did? How am I an abomination? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Well, yeah. Someone, please! I've brought you supper. I'll be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michelle? Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I'm a man. If that's all, I'll be going now. Clothes. Okay. Okay, yeah, no. Michael would never know. Or Michelle would never know. What? Take your clothes off right now. Everything. Even your underclothes. This is getting awkward. Surely you jest, Michelle. I'm very serious. Could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You are a servant of the Bollinger estate. And what am I? I am a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michelle, I ordered you to take your clothes off. I get why, but I don't like this. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. I wanted to find out the truth. Not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. At a glance, he didn't appear to be much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. From the one crucial thing that he had that I didn't. Why? The lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michelle? Then I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer. For the young Bollinger daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest, listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how do you appear does not? There was a distant look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more, off everything I had been holding back. Without that, he would be no different than me. What? Everything else is all the same. So why? Why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't. Michelle? I'm a man. I'm a man just like you. I am no one's daughter. Still insist we're not the same. No, 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 don't do that. Don't do that. Huh? You gotta... No, you... As tragic as this is, do not do that. You're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Yeah. Oh, shit. I get that this would be a whole bowl of emotions, but no, this is making it worse. You can't do this. Please, don't do this, Michelle. In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my own erupting emotions, I swiped the knife off the tray. I swiped the knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Thought you'll just be like me. Get off me! Please, somebody help! This is going to be the final straw, I bet. Get in here, someone, anyone! Michelle. She's delirious! Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants. The next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There was as many, if not more than, there was as many, if not more of them than, when I had made the scene in the Great Hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother, why will you not speak to me? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! Fuck, man. After that, I was shut in my room again. And even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I'd had no idea how miserable it was going to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone please give me water. Why? Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? Ugh. My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. Oh my God. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned into panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window, at the door. Huh? But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone! I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone open the door! Anyone! Water. I need water. One drop, that's all I need. I'm gonna die in here. Someone. Anyone. Mother. Father. Diddy or George's. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone. Water. Didier, George is... Anyone. Speaking of water... that's better. But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went, and then the fourth. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth. As my body quickly wasted away, still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open the door. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you, someone. My pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michelle. They say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. Okay, yep, here it comes. How dreadful. We should stay away from that door. If we don't want to be cursed too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Poor Michael. Oh my god. I'm not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil. I'm kind of scared. I might just have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door. Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong. And you see, that's why this is sad. Well, okay, jumping on the guy with the knife, wrong. Maybe could have gone out with the revelation a little more subtle, but oh my god. Lady Michelle has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her. I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Someone, please get me out of here. Oh my god. The 5th and then the 6th day passed, and by that point, I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door, so I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I'd been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought, which is why, when the door I had yearned to open actually did, and someone stepped inside, standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive? Who's this? Oh, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead. Oh my fucking God. Oh no. Oh no. It was Amy's voice. I'm sorry, really. I wouldn't trust that cop. I do not feel good about this at all. I didn't mean you much harm, but after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset. I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds. All I could do was moan at her. The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode, so I volunteered to bring you food in their place. Everyone's so grateful. Sorry. I don't think anyone likes you anymore. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here. At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit. Water. What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. Yeah. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that. What? Water? But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. Water. What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here. She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Then she let go. Oh my God. Go on, drink. You'd better hurry, or the rug will absorb it all. Oh my God. You wanted water, didn't you? Yeah, you better not have a thing for her after this episode, okay? Then drink. In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven slowly by my survival instinct, I bent toward the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle. You really did it! This is too good, Michelle. You look like a cat. No, cats are far much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bullingers, sucking water out of a carpet. I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So, I accept that I made a mistake, Michelle. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun. Listening to her childish, yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Oh, fuck. God damn! Oh, fuck me. It's getting worse and worse. Hey, Slim, hope you're doing well. The artwork is not putting me at ease. Yeah, no, Amy, you're a line through your teeth. No way you didn't know that. Michael, if you stabbed her right now, I wouldn't... Yeah. Holy shit, man. Oh, God. Wow. Yeah, this is getting, I'm not gonna lie, this is very tough to sit through, man. Like, I still think that Giselle's story was the most tragic, and what happened to her, I had a really hard time reading, but it's like, I'm having a hard time now just because I'm like, does it keep going? And then every time that it's like, okay, are we going to start getting to the house soon? No, let's kick Michael down even more. Oh my god. Ugh. Uh, God's dice were just really loaded with you, weren't they? Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. It would take some time, given how badly malnourished I had been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me. Come on, open up. Today I'm gonna feed you myself. Oh, yeah. I don't think you're gonna have your fingers for much longer. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death? Amy, why are you doing this? Why? Because it's fun. Why else? You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you could treat me? Are you saying that because I am married in, I'm lesser stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities? Amy? I would rather you not speak my name, if you don't mind. That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Diddy or Georges, will make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michelle. No one will take your side. And no one will say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie. Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. They say you sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you? I'm not mad. I don't know. You look plenty mad to me. Fine. Then I'll run away. Oh, I'm sorry. Fine, then I'll run away. I'll escape from the estate and from you. You think you could survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could fit more than you. Could lift more than you. You'd never find work. I give you a week at best. You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own. Maybe. But either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off. How is that at all necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken. You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you should show me some respect, and you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? So this is the real you? You were just pretending to be respectable. When in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Thank you, Michael! Listen to me, Michelle. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar. Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would never have even considered getting friendly with you. Amy. You know, life as a noble woman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him? And it all would have worked out beautifully, too, if you had only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michelle. I brought this on myself? Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore, and don't you try to pretend otherwise, damn you. Oh my, such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michelle. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know. I'm not a girl. Then what are you? I'm a man. A man? With that body? Amy quietly rose, grabbed me by the hair, and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me. You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not at all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part. Stop. Get off me. I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. But as Amy had said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie beneath her and beg. Get off me. Groaning in anger and frustration. I don't like this. Her finger came just a step above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile, then pulled her hand away, and just a wave of relief spread through me. She shoved me back, jumped up, slammed her foot between... Oh my god. Fuck. This is... Yeah, it's something. Oh, get Michael out of this house, please. I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Amy looked down at me as I screamed. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my, does that hurt? That's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts. Oh my fucking god, this is horrible! Oh, shit. Okay. I'm begging you, stop, please. Yeah, forgive me if I don't want to read all this. I'm sorry. This is getting much. She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you exactly, Michelle? From the feel of it, you don't quite have the proper girl parts either. Amy, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit. What a strange creature you are. Stop! If I could have died right then and there. Honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michelle. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? And you lusted after me with this body? Seriously. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Oh my god, even that sentence. Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day, but her arrival brought nothing more but anguish and torture. Every day, she chipped away more of my spirit, yeah. And you're probably going to feel like this is something you're going to have to take on if you want that food and water. Jesus Christ. I haven't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. After a week after Amy started caring for me. Have you been a good girl, Michelle? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michelle? Your food's right there. It's going to get cold. Yeah, this is the right move now. Fuck, man. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't give her that satisfaction. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you? You... What was that? Do you have something to say? I can't understand a word you're saying, Michelle. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. Kill you? Huh? I'm going to kill you, Amy. That was, I believe, the first time in my life I'd felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her, and like the dog she so wanted me to be, chomped down on her wrist. Okay, no. Okay, yeah. Well, I said that she was going to maybe lose some fingers. But, oh my god. Oh, shit. Ah! The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious, and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm. But I could never seem to make good of my determination. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like an ow, 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 ow. And I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. Oh my god. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again. Stop! My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face. What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am, bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? Yeah, you're totally... So why would you go and bite me? What would you possess you to do such a thing? gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me. I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon. Isn't that something? Here, one second. Let me see. What are you saying, Edgy? Amy needs to go. She's a psychopath. This has to stop. Somebody needs to stop this crazy lady. Wait, the first time? As in this has happened more than once, Michael? Yeah, I... This is... I'm not gonna... This is really hard to sit through, man. Oh, my God. Like, good God, somebody give Michael a hug. Poor Michael needs a hug. Holy shit. Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michelle. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you? Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up. My nose tasted of blood. I'm sorry, my mouth tasted of... Holy shit. Here, one second. Okay. There's a big smudge on my glasses. I think that made me not see that word correctly. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the way of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. Michael had the urge to kill more than once. I mean, this one is justified, but what about the other? Yeah, I don't know what other times. That's a good question. My vision had gone red. I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took. Aw, geez, what am I gonna do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Well, given the time period it's in, you are fucked, because I don't think there's such thing as antibiotics yet. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone he finally lost it. And try to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I could just see the sad look on Didier and George's faces. They will not. You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michelle? You're a demon child. Why? Was I the demon and not her? Why? Did no one come to my aid? Fuck. Several times I considered ending my life. But every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the time before my body had transformed. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how did things ended up like this? Oh yeah, you're right, Edgy, you are. Michelle, oh Michelle, are you in there? Did you need something, Georges? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but you looked like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought... Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderful gloomy day out. I would understand if it were clear out, But can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather. So what do you say? Go for a little stroll while we can. Dee's are on today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us a lunch and then... Oh, we'll take a couple horses up to the forest's edge. I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go. An outing, you say? Yep. Hop on a couple horses and head to the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured, why not? I see. Well, if Michelle is coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away. Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michelle or nothing. Of course. Why on earth would I go horse riding alone with you? I'd rather drown myself. Like, gasp! That came out of nowhere. Didier, could I perhaps make a small request? Go on, let's hear it. Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins? Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that'll be a problem for you, though, Michelle. I'll be careful. Hey, whoa, slow down, guys. Look at that, Michelle. George is still fumbling around all the way back there. Are we going a bit too fast? No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent. Ah, finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery, indulge in some of the nice pathos? A warrior and his horse need not have pathos. Isn't that right, Michelle? It certainly is, Didier. Come on, you guys, be nice. This was my idea. You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michelle? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers or dancing with butterflies or gazing out at the beautiful sunset or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism. Longswords, suit of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though. You've let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my. I'm gonna have 2 meathead siblings before I know it. What did you just call me? Now, you two. I'm sorry. Thought it was George's talking. Now, you two. Why don't we stop for a picnic? Seconded! My stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. Hey, so the other day, I brought a cat home. A cat? Yep, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. Wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is. George has tried to not stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean. You think so? Then how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you do it when it's cloudy, Michelle. I don't know what cats eat, though. I bet he'd like pastries. Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea. Sorry. Oh, pull the stick out of your arse, D. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn. Don't experiment on animals. Well, if you're going to be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye out for us and make sure that we don't do anything stupid. What? Now you're trying to drag me into this? Already done. You're in. It's settled. Damn it, Georges. Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michelle? What? You want me to name it? Not very often you get to give another living being a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road, considering this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this. Now, Georges. Don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like. You said the cat was speckled and ugly? Yep. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe. Alright then. Ugly Speckles. What? It's straightforward. That's its name? It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michelle. But you said it was ugly and speckled, Georges. I did, yes. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. But you know why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Ugly Speckles. It's not that funny. It is quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I... Not you too, Didier. We should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch. That we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly, speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here, after all. I've never been your friend, though. God, must you always be such a jerk? They're all gonna fall apart later on. I just remembered that. Oh, God. The Bollinger family's cursed just to be miserable. Oh, my God. That's the thing about tragedies. It makes those warm bits seem so much more impactful. Oh. Never had to care for a cat. Yeah, nor have I. More of a more of a dog guy, though. I wouldn't mind a cat, but I would need to get one that doesn't have the eternal fuck you attitude. It would also have to be a black cat, and if it was a guy, I would name it Edgar. Gotta show my support for Edgar Allan Poe. Didier, George's. Was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? Then I'm a demon child? Didier, George's. Why do you not open the door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too? Like Amy? Didier, George's. How do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? Oh, excuse me. That was more restrained than I wanted it to be, and it's because of my throat. Oh, that's better. If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation? Everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down. Because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day, I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. Oh my God! Enough of this shit! Oh! It's time for supper, Michelle. I brought your favorite, parsnips. Oh my God. That explains why, Michael doesn't like parsnips. Well, what the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. You don't mind, do you? I'm gonna cut your nails today, and you just stay very still. You won't want my hands to slip. So to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way, you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michelle. It's murky. Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. Oh, God. Stop! It's supper time, Michelle. I brought you some parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What, you don't want any? Then what am I gonna do with these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you, all that pride. Gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you. She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive, in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body, and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. Thank you! Thank you, Jesus Christ. Ugh. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, I'm done. And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make any eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be at her that opened the door. But above all, I despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in this silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door, yelling for help. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door whispering about how poor Michelle had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I'd been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain pounded against the window like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Look what he's calling, Michael. Michael, are you awake? If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble. Lower your damned voice. But... When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I'd given up, assumed they had long last since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam, bam. The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Sorry. My problem with cats is I would never want them jumping on my desk or knocking things over. Yeah, they're pretty acrobatic. Who the hell eats parsnips? Well, as twisted as this sounds, I gotta take notes from Amy because I've got a character who's abusive, and if I decide to go into detail about the abuse, this might be... Well, you'd certainly be writing quite an evil character. Holy shit, man. And that's the thing. There's a lot of descriptions in this that made me go, ugh, like I didn't like reading them. And then there's a point where it says, Michael says, oh, I'm not going to describe it any further. It's like, holy shit, then what did she do? Oh, fuck, man, I can only imagine, and none of it is good. Oh, my God. Oh, poor Michael. Please say something, Michael. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just one word, Michael. Is it really you, Didier, George's? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There was a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bullinger family has no need for a demon child, that you're the mark of shame on our name. So he's going to have you executed. Georges. Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore? Holy fuck. Just because of how you're fucking born. Jesus Christ. It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why you prepared a way for me to escape? But why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible's gotten into Father. Well, given what he did to Giselle, he's not a guy of moral character. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded at the door, begging to be set free? But never once did you come. Not even once. Michael, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind. I sold my soul to the devil, don't you? No, Michael, we don't. Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Michael, no, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then? You didn't want to face what I'd become? Tell me I'm wrong, Didier, Georges. You left me here, abandoned me for 2 whole years. Locked me away so you wouldn't have to see me. I'm sorry, I'm just, really busy with my art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court. And Didier's a knight now, So he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say that you are wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure, even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And Georges feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead. What he said, Michael. There's not much time. We need to get you out of here. I bit down hard on my lower lip. Hard enough to draw blood. It was that, or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Michael, if you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed. If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bullinger. You're a family. That's all there is to it. Yeah. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? They'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier? George's? You absolutely can, Michael. I swear to God on high. And I swear to the God of art. Michael. I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? I would rather you didn't try. He is not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw a sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you. Okay. I'll go. Oh, thank goodness. The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michael. It's a property Father purchased some time ago. But due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. Ah ha ha ha! There's the witch! Nobody wants to buy it from him either, so that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kinds of rumors? Oh, here we go! Here we go! Well, no point in keeping a secret. He has the right to know. They say a witch lives there. A witch? I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check the place out, and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure. I had hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michael. I cannot say how long it will be, but Father will pass away eventually. When he does, Georges will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. So I ask, they hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to Father, and ensure he does not suspect anything. We'll make this work, don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family. Georges! Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a Bollinger. I see. Okay, then. Can I open the door now? Just a minute. Huh? You're still not ready? I don't have any clothing. Ah, right. You wouldn't, huh? How tall are you now, Michael? Around the same height as you, I think. You're taller than me? Damn! Alright. I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you. Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michael. That's not true. I don't think. I'll be back soon. Get what you need together. Alright. Alright. Good God. I know he's going from one house to be stuck into another, but holy shit, at least that nightmare house is done. And, you know, actually, I'm really surprised after everything that happened in that house, Michael opened up the possibility to Giselle as to returning to that place. That part's kind of crazy to me. Oh, God. Okay. Sitting in the carriage waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed. and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from George's, our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder clashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Ooh, 1 second, I really got... Ugh. Okay. Ooh, I really needed that one. Throat burned out of nowhere. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I'll send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and... something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michael, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass a message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then. I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michael. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, George is, so they don't have to be anything special. Gotcha. So some canvas and, how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay? Okay. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michael, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anybody but the servants? Put simply, yes. Tomorrow, the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you are actually alive. Especially Father. Please do this for me. I've been doing this for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep it to myself. Right. Does anyone else know I'm alive? Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. If this was her idea, then did she really send the guards? Every time that something seems clear, something else pops up to make you wonder. It was? She loves you, Michael. She really does. Mom just, is having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you that she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants you to have her in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you, so please, take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, a little suffice. Alright. Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house. I understand that, yes. Well, you never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. A week from now and bam, he's dead as Dee's social life. Is there not an ounce of respect in your body? Oh, give me a break. I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his arse out of the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Michael was alive! Yeah, I suppose. Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's going to be the performance of our lives. Kind of like a couple of little big babies and laughing off our tails and off the inside. God, I read that wrong. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Amy will suspect a thing. Amy. Yeah. Not even she can know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure. But the less people know, the better. I don't think that's gonna crush her. When Georgia said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been a year and a half since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into the mind and body. There's no way she would be even slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would most certainly be elated by the news. It seemed Georges had still yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask. Oh, unless Amy got the letter. Oof. Oof. I know you two were close. Huh? Are you worried about how this might affect her? What? She cared for you about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in. What? From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Who the hell told you that? What? Is that not what happened? Something happened between you two, Michael. Amy didn't do a damn... Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It will only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. Georges, how are things between you and Amy? Still lettering what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife. Only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young, and kids make mistakes. After all it came out, she turned over like a new leaf. She started doting on me with something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying not hard to make up with me. Fuck. Age excuse doesn't work for D, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past it. Ugh. You're quite forgiving if you can forgive that. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over D. All things considered, I'm not complaining. So, you would say you're happy then, Georges? Sure would, yep. Believe it or not, I'm kind of head over heels for her. Or not the... Oh... You see, with that though, I would tell him the truth right then and there, because now he's in love with somebody who's quite the monster. Oh, I see. You really feel that bad for about 2 years ago? So she's still keeping up the good girl facade around Georges and Didier. No one else knows. She's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if Georges thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him. Michael? Oh, right, yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing than you could, because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that? You've got one hell of a nasty mean streak, huh, D? I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know. The blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michael. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George's. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk, too. Try not to forget that I am a knight, Georges. In time. In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay? Didier? Yes? Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will. Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together. One last question, then. Yes? Am I your brother? Well, I mean, look at you. Don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are. I see. So long, then. Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Michael. Farewell. Before setting me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, and then George's. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread throughout my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georges had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that with time things would change. But how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. All right, now, come on. Give me your meetup with Morgana. This is what I'm looking forward to. Or we're going to go back here. Either one works. The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. The void of saving? Oh my. Alrighty. Now, where are we going to go from here? The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long streamed past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. That wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There, you were a young man with a sad fate. But you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details. Your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michael? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice and safe and hidden away. And you see, that's the thing right there that probably made Giselle feel very betrayed. She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you've kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her. Silence! Wasn't actually a man! Please, enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with a layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself up with patchwork, barely held together a quilt of masks, and it's only gonna keep you together. It's the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest. And it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate most in this world. Yourself. Your weakness. Your ugliness. Face it and despair. Huh? Oh yeah, I forgot. Michael's got one arm during this whole thing. I'm hoping he doesn't bleed out. Holy shit. Ah! Don't. Again. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more, and the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed. But I have no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I had once lived. My pleas for mercy, fading into dark nothingness. I'm almost kind of hoping if Giselle and Michael can be reconstructed again, I would really hope that Michael can reconstruct into whatever he wants to be. I don't feel like he would want to go back to being Michelle or one of the variations of the white-haired girl, but I don't know, maybe that's how he's going to be feeling after all this, but maybe he wants to, maybe he would want to re-manifest as, the guy that he always wanted to be. I'm not sure. And now things are about to get uglier, I feel. Especially with Morgana soon coming into the picture, I feel. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance, but I'd been on the road for some time now. We'd long since paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth. We'd long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours, I stared through the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through the dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I thought they had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More lively then, the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent time just staring out at the forest, but naturally, there was nothing of interest to be found there. So I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. It's certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty and the air was many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood, so I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window? Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The Archangel, after whom I had been named, looked solemnly down at me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized this is a chapel. A flat length of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but the cross. Why, though? It felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel, rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface, and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. Oh, this is to the tower. Morgana's up there. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away. And my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I gonna find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. Oh shit, here we go! Hello, Mr. Mark. Hope you're doing well. It was looking down the long spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhuman force, I mounted the staircase. By the third or fourth loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through the regularly spaced rectangular opens in the stone walls. Though one such window, I gazed outside, and far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Sorry, I was just looking at something. Sorry about that. Nowhere I'm ever going to go. So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had an opportunity to lock the way into my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. Ugh. This is pitiful. Damn it. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing. Had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. Not forward, upward. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface. Layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put up there recently either, as much of it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want, or couldn't allow, others to see what hid behind them. Like what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? Ugh. I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. But I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door. And then I pushed it open. A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. The rumors say a witch lives in the mansion, and there I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there, at the top of the tower, and retreated into thought. Oh, but now you've let her out. Now Morgana's out. Oh boy. I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up in that sole window so far out of reach? About the only thing that would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal, imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were, vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their minds as they withered away? Would anyone have ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house, unwanted and alone, robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me? That corpse could be me in the future. Didier, Georges, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put faith in you? Can I trust when you say I'll be able to return? That everyone will happily accept me? That we'll all be together again? That we'll play chess, we'll draw pictures, that nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man. No, I had grown to resemble a man. I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No, who I wanted to be. Now, yeah, it's just, when people are born with this condition, nowadays people, know how to, deal with that. Though, I will say it's certainly not, even folks with this condition, these folks do not necessarily have the easy life either. Because, especially when it comes to, from what I understand, it's like folks like this, there's a lot that they are limited to because, like, if they, like, for example, I don't think that they have a good shot of having children ever. So, even at that, if you're born, with this condition, you do not get to enjoy all the options and pleasantries in life that everyone else can. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. So, when do the whispers of Morgana begin? Didier, Georges, I pray you can be that for me. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that that day might arrive, when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I had still not been set free. Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters, she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What I was now was what I was meant to be. All in that time I spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he hadn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, the curse would never be broken, because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse. But the flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I had once had, sucking me dry of all trust, for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was, started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger estate, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me, making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And so every month, he probably went back and told Mother the same thing, that my curse still had not been broken. When do the whispers begin? When does the witch come in? Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask of you to guide me, to please tell me what I am, if I truly am cursed. And perhaps you could tell me how much of my soul weighs too. Probably not very much. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah. Being born like this in that time that... fuck. I spent enough time alone in the dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time had passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, its hand. From the size of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have been still young when their life withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed compared to you. Yeah, I think Morgana had a little tougher than you. Ugh. Well, name one character who had it easy. Oh, how miserable it must have been locked away up in this tower. To have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death. And I alone shall take comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself. Because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie, I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick, black sludge. Soon, I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmark being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. What the hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long I'd almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving it into my hands, he said, "The regular supplies will be here in a couple days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with the cursed man, but I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath, and I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Oh, this. Okay, so this is the painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brushstrokes, though. They were very distinctly George's. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash, and a fresh jolt of pain that had nearly faded away. A half-dozen needles piercing my chest. Yeah, it was a painting of Michelle. So much blood had spilled from those gouges. I had long since lost any sensation of pain. Yeah, but it now was back. Oh, Georges, you didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter in Mother's handwriting. The first line read it as it did in all her correspondence. My beloved daughter Michelle, every day I pray your curse might be broken. But lately, I've come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you are supposed to be. As long as you spent in that accursed form, it is a little surprise that you would lose sight of yourself. God. Oh, God. When you're born that way, you can't change that. Anatomy doesn't work that way, but this is medieval times. How can you return to your true self if you do not even remember what that one is? So ask Georges to paint you a picture. I think it might help you break free from your curse. You're a beautiful young woman, my dear Michelle. I presume you have already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? Oh. But you get... It's hard because it's like... goes through that growth spurt, and like nowadays we would clearly see that it's a condition. But, I don't know. It's sad. I wonder what like other folks with similar conditions would be seen as in medieval times. I know that, we said like maybe like a freak show or something, but oh God. Flowing white hair and skin like glass, those deep enchanting red eyes, those slender fingers in modest feminine frame, those soft lips. It is not you they were when you were younger, though. Instead, I didn't imagine what you would look like now. This is what you will look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself, your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear, sweet Michelle, this is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, we can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget all about the dreadful things that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can be, once more, a happy family. Ugh. Look, she grew and did not develop any more features. This is how that body is going to be. I am waiting, forever waiting for you. Yep, okay, so here's the painting. Yeah. The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me. Her eyes seeming to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me, and I was nothing more than a fraud. Laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. No. Like, I would wonder, like, whatever the condition is, like, in a medical sense, what are you considered in this case? I would be curious about that. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling my mouth in grunts and moans. And then I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? I yanked at my hair. Why, Georges? Slammed the painting against the floor. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? Well, probably to quell the mother. You said yourself that you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You know this isn't me, so why? Why would you make this? I've been waiting for so long. I put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed, just like Mother. And that's why you haven't written to me. Why you haven't answered any of my letters. Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie? An excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? Well, was it? Tell me, Georges. Tell me the truth. What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? Ugh. No, this isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by the phantom water. And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high in the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me, and slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me, I'm a man. Carved into it. This is not how I look. With everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am. Don't call me repulsive. Don't say I'm an abomination. Ugh. I tore into that smile, contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real. I wanted to curse the whole damned world. Every last thing, this wretched mire that had become of my life. My brothers were happily going about their lives as I suffered here in this darkness. My delusional mother for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father for trying to have me killed. Amy for making me realize I was a man, and then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had. There you are. Okay, here we go. I can make that happen. A voice rang out. I can curse them for you, my dear. It was a woman's voice, muffled, like there were several walls between me and her. Who's there? I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward, to the sides, behind me, but there was no one else around. Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I have been waiting for so long for someone like you. Someone with such hatred for the world. How am I supposed to know who you are? How could you not, my dear? You visited me so many times. Held me in your arms, whispered, poor child, into my ear again and again. What? No, that's not possible. I see. I've finally, truly lost my mind. If that's what you wish to believe, then that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain. The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close at the same time. Oh, you didn't actually, Edgy, you did not miss much. Michael, though, he stuck in the mansion, still struggling. Kind of, for 8 years, he kind of was getting on, even though that, was very lonely. And, still kind of doing okay with his condition. But yeah, no, that curse is not getting broken. You're right. It's like it's a medical condition. I don't know what else to call it. Maybe if I can find the time, maybe I'll look it up on the Google machine and figure out what exactly Michael has. But assuming it's 100% genetic issue in nature, it's not something supernatural. Yeah. The bitch. I mean the witch. Yes, but you know what? I love the witch, man. Oh boy, do I love the witch. I'm excited. I'm giddy and excited now. But yeah, no, you didn't miss too much. I guess since you're hearing the witch's voice, so Michael did come across Morgana's skeleton in the watchtower, or the observation tower. One of those villains you love to hate. Morgana's so evil, but I find it's despicable, but it's despicably charming, if that makes sense. Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand. I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless, I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental. But I marched for the tower, unconcerned. For so long... Oh, I'm sorry. For so long, I have been waiting. Waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness. For the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work. That you were led here. That you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up. To be tortured and used for others' gain. You were the only one to ever have pity for me. And I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You were the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door, Michael. I felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way like either Mother's or Amy's. Unlike either Mother's, enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw was a ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else. Thank you for opening the door. It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there as long as I had been at this house, had vanished without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Only her voice whispering in my ear. You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge. Revenge? Now I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than the one they had put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end. The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let off a half-muffled cackle. Who are you? Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was. You sad, pathetic thing. Though that's exactly the kind of person I needed. You're not the witch, are you? That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana. Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale. If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. Let's see. I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against. Drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted me freedom, after all. Sympathized with me. Pitied me. Appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse! And for that, I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michael. Much the same way I was able to come back to life. If you retain steadfast in your desires, they will become reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, but that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you were made to bear unto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles, because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother, who made that ridiculous painting? George's. Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain. But if you would rather, you could curse your own mother instead. Or the woman who set you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask, and I will perform a miracle for you. I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of a magnetism to it. If magic truly did exist in the world, then her words were laced with it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them. To curse my brothers, mother, father, Amy. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that. What will it be, my dear? There's no price. I don't require sacrifice or dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. That's not what was established earlier in the story. What is this horse shit? I want you to have what you desire. Who do you want to curse? The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse? Just in case. Just making sure. For some reason I was thinking, did I screw something up? No. Oh, God. It's getting bad. Who did I want to curse? Oh, and you're welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even. I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female. Why don't you become the new head of the estate? Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier? George's? Mother? Father? Amy? All of them. They had exiled me to this place. Have your revenge. A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light. As I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories, of emotions, flashed through my mind. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and George's. I don't understand. Why would I think about them now? They've abandoned me. Left me in the room for 2 years, and then left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I? Why should I? Have you made up your mind? I have. Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse? No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana. Surely you jest. I know how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them? It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family. This is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, making you suffer for years, and then locked you away in this remote mansion. And they don't feel even the slightest bit remorseful about any of it. I understand that. I know that they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things I do, that I trusted them more than they ever deserved. So why, then, can you not curse them? Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy. Oh my God. Oh, Michael. Oh. Both you and Giselle. Oh. Little hearts of gold at the bottom. You have no place in that happiness, though. It is a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then should they not drag them down so that they can find respite for yourself? So you can find respite for yourself. I would find no respite by cursing them. How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly have a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that. But that good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier. Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family. Why not someone who isn't family, then? Surely you can think of at least one person you would like to see dead. Ah, Amy. Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her 12 times and it wouldn't be enough. But just because I would be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group and the whole thing could come crashing down, all because I couldn't restrain my own hatred. Your concern for them will devour you. Don't think I'm not aware of that. You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down you still have hope. But the hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem, and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time, you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michael. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. And there is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire, deep, deep down. And I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it. The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant. Overwhelmed, I collapsed to the floor unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family? Or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I had actually resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made. Well, how could you know you did that, though? And not for the greater good or anything so noble. No. Every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. Edgy, her time has not come yet, apparently. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them. she serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded directly into my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable, that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous. Curse them. Revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly? Your fixation on your holding onto your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There's more darkness, more seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I've told you this already. You're so desperate to deny it, Michael. It can only mean that it's true. You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill Didier or Georges or mother or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head. Be honest with yourself, Michael. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines in your hands, standing over their bodies. No, I don't. That's not what I want. Don't lie, Michael. You climbed the tower. You opened the door. You sought me. No, I wasn't in control. No, Michael, you were. Enough! I'm done listening to you. No, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects, Michael. Do you ever know where I am? Where are you? I'm standing right behind you. Huh? In front of you. Huh? Now, I'm beside you. You're just playing around with me, Morgana, mocking me for your own amusement. Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me? We are not close. You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you will also know that I am the one person who truly understands you. Enough! Let it all go, Michael. Curse it all with me. Despise it. Kill it. Make it suffer. Curse it. Please stop. And where might you be going, Michael? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Now that's quite amusing, considering I am the child of... Oh, that was good. That was good. Oh, that is good. I'm not trying to hurt you, Michael. On the contrary. Stop talking. Please, just stop. I wanted to set you free from your misery. I can't take it anymore. Please just be quiet. Huh? Who's there? I'm here to deliver your monthly package. I see. What? Michelle? Is something the matter? I opened the door, and there stood a servant of the Bullinger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. I must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. A human, a normal person, not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well that the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said. But at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch onto. Help me, please. Pardon? The witch, she talks to me. She never stops talking. I'm begging you, please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please, let me go back. The witch's voice, it's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help. You've gone mad. What? You're crazy. See? This is why I don't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this damned cursed mansion? Having to get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child? No, I'm perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. Don't think I'm in the dark about that. No, I didn't know such thing. You're completely insane. No. I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. None of it means I have to be around a lunatic like you even for a minute. Why? I am not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. I'm not mad. Michael, your mind is far, far from sound. I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. I won't hear it. The witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol. She had never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up. Yeah, her every word warping me. There was no escape. Curse them. Revile them. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember the scorn in their eyes, the way the lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them, and you can wipe away those reprehensible smirks out of existence. I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore. Oh, now why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation. Your voice, everything you say, is eating away at me. I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate people who have wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with. I've told you repeatedly I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear? I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be? Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you could be free of your pain.
But because you insist on shackling yourself to the idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michael. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had or how much hatred is instilled in you, Michael, you are a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon.
I know, right? What's in it for her? Yeah, I'm really wondering too.
I'm not twisted. Do you honestly believe you're normal?
Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife?
You are not normal. And I'll repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one is going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same.
I am nothing like you. I am not a witch. I'm not cursed. I'm a human
Man.
Oh, Jesus. Ah, Morgana, those where those daggers go.
Yes, a man.
With that body.
Oh, my dear friend. Let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what some say about people like you, those who are neither male nor female? That they are like unto God. Like unto God? Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You are not human. From the second life was breathed into you, your fate was decided. No, you're wrong. If I were really wrong, you would not be here now. You would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife, living in a normal, happy life together. But you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now.
I have not. I am human. I'm a person, a normal person. Youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I'm an ordinary man.
No one, not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human. Never mind my family.
Morgana's gonna lean deep into that, though, considering her story. This is probably another reason why Morgana is so attracted to Michael.
The archangel, whose name I shared, looked down on me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All those things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream, then stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted it all out of my sight. If they wouldn't let me come home, then I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have even the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate.
Someone!
Anyone! Please! Tell me I'm human. Tell me I'm a man.
Oh. Sorry, that water went down the wrong way.
Whew. Anyone! Please tell me I'm not cursed. But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing. And then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Black smoke rose from my sizzling oh, God. A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. Why am I... Water. I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water. I think you mentioned this earlier, Edgy, and now I'm starting to think this too. How long, with the conditions that Michael has, how long can he live? Like, Jesus. Which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity. I don't think you're in need of any water. Take another look at yourself. With what little managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. How? I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit of pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had the pain come from then? And the distinct stench of burning flesh. This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana? I know what you're experiencing. It's happened to me too. Sometimes, enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and the body are much more tightly linked than you think. And your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child. Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window, I felt like the whole world was closing in on me. Or perhaps metamorphosizing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered. And there was no getting around that. Which left me with only one option. To stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. If I'm not human or male, maybe I should just call myself a witch.
This also explains why he tells Giselle that he's cursed and everything.
I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off me. I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting someone to accept me. I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing, unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty.
Oh, God. Poor Michael.
I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. And in time, that became my normal. I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation. And this is when Giselle comes in, right? Essentially nothing of note happened for the next 2 years. Over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. But there is little more to be said about that. Is there? For nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I'd covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about that damned archangel. Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time. Watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread onward from that fireplace, consuming me. Whether by the raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory, the thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant. But those visions never became reality. Tell me, Michael, what are you thinking right now? Do you still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Michael. Look at how you're living. Do you really want this life? Have you ever thought about dying? Michael, would you like to die? That's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin, after all. That's good, Michael. You've made the right decision. And I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death. I just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. I can't imagine what he's going to live. He's going to live very long, even with the life expectancy back then. Yeah. Well, during the main story, he's 27. My mind and my spirit were too far decayed. Ooh. Okay. However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more, and time sputtered back into motion. When you showed up, Giselle. Oh, here we go. Everything I'd given up on, and everything I thought I'd lost, it all came back. And first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around. But if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon. You seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch? To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded, and it was naturally the witch who stoked the fire of my apprehension. Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Bullinger estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare, and she'll be gone within the day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. A rattling window there, a couple of broken glasses there. Small things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Are you going to say anything? Why do you care about her at all? Oh, now, don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I am not fond of noisy people. Or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Though I hardly have to tell you that, do I? Stop talking. Now, that's not very polite. This is a family matter. It is none of your concern. I was merely offering to help you get rid of a pest. I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. But first, I will find out what secrets she's keeping. Then, I will go back to living in peace. Very well, then. That pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way, what now? You've changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human. You were blessed with a body like unto God. You were personally crafted by his hands. I could only dream of having what you have. But you only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part much better. A saint, resurrected by the closest living thing unto God. Perhaps this, too, could be considered a miracle. Morgana? Yes? You are a deranged, delusional woman. Why, thank you. Somebody had to say it, right? Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. And the more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. Michael probably has huge distrust of women, considering Amy. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive, like Amy, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia, but even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. Water down the wrong way, sorry. Eventually, I came to the realization that she was hiding something, and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle, rather than Mother or the witch. But I'd conflated her with Amy in my mind, so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me. My beloved daughter Michelle, I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She is a witch. A terrible, sinful witch. A dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She's a lowly merchant girl who wormed her way into our family, so she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it. So instead, he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already lived there. And I could not tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She's a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other. Michelle, with this letter, I have included a knife. Holy shit. Holy shit. The blade has been blessed with holy water, which should allow it to eradicate the corrupt, evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell.
Oh, damn. Yeah, and when he had received that, that was before the revelation that Antonin, Michael's father, was abusing Giselle.
It was storming that night. Erratic slaps of thunder ripping through the sky.
Oh, well, Edgy, that already happened. That happened a long time ago. We've already patched up everything from there.
Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back, and a look in her eyes kicked into motion, emotions I had thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream. Because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with the same utter despair at the world. Back to the way things were. Yes, finally. It's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such obvious disinterest. But you know no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight outside these walls. But the look on her face then... Was that really just her putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? If you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light. She was screaming. She was screaming, though. And she looked genuinely terrified when I knocked her hand away. You're not going to let the woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake. So surely you aren't going to fall for this. I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have silenced her throat without a second thought. Although, I suppose that would have been quite the mess. Now, that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her. You merely didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterward. How very like you. Be quiet. Oh, come now. That woman's finally gone, and it's back to just the two of us. And you don't want to talk? Silence, please. As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishment in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now. No, she's not wrong. I get chills every time I consider. Yeah, so Edgy, you missed that? Oh, so yeah, Michael had received a letter from his mother, and his mother said that Giselle was sleeping with Antonin, Michael's father, but Michael's father was forcing himself onto Giselle, and it was going on for a long time. It was pretty awful, and it wasn't just that. He also did other things to her that were pretty horrific. I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said. If I had killed you, or if out there in the forest you had succumbed to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me so much in the way of good fortune. But you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing. I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. You don't have any idea what I've went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together. Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be. For no one to believe you. For no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with the whole damned world. I truly do. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. Excuse me. It was nothing more than a single small step. But for us, it was like we had moved the mountain. I still remember how the light felt as it shone through the windows we opened together. And it didn't burn. And while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I'd ever felt in my life. Oh, god damn. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my old self. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt comfort and peace with myself that I had never had before. That many have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. Though, to someone else, our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, our conversations meaningless chatter. I'd never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said, when someone would smile at the sight of me. However trivial, seeing Giselle smile made me happy.
Oh, darn it, where'd you get off to? Are you here? Are you in the vase? What's all the racket? Is something the matter? Ah, Master. Yes, cat. Huh? A cat? Naughty little cat's been sneaking in the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him. If you happen to come across him, don't let him get away. Right. And what will you do once we've caught him? Well, I don't want to punish him. That would be mean. If he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him and teach him how to be a house cat. You mean to keep him? Are you not fond of cats, Master? I don't mind them, no. And there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us. Maybe it'll help if you give him a name. Hey! Sorry, my dog was getting into something. Oh, a name? That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, Master. Hey! Hey! No, stop that. You want me to pick a name? This is your house, after all. So it's only right you should be the one to choose. I'm not sure I follow that reasoning. What does the cat look like? Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess? He's kinda got some spots here and there. Is he ugly? I'd say so, yeah. Alright then. Ugly Speckles Mark II. That's a name? Why on earth would you call something that? What does Mark II even mean? Be quiet. It's on you if he runs away, Master. I really like the back and forth between Michael and Giselle. My time with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes, to get frustrated, surprised, or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion. Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it in prison and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart. It was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself. Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. You make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've heard quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to need you to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. Sorry. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. And of course, if you're open to it, doesn't have to end there. You can continue getting to know each other for years to come. Oh, this is making me sad. Giselle, though I did my best not to show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Are you listening, Morgana? I can hear you just fine, my dear. Now, what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from anywhere in the house. My bond is how I have
been broken. My bonds this tower have been broken. This is a conversation we can only have here. The place where we first met. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person. To be a man. Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me the person I always wanted to be. And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean. I do. You came all the way up here just to tell me that. A needless formality. I'm sorry, Michael, but we are kindred spirits, as much as you may want to deny it. You could be second to only God, yet you spurn his gift. I'm nothing like you. I'm a human, nothing more. I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michael. Cursed namesake of an archangel. You may think that you're making some sort of progress, but the fact of the matter is, you've gone nowhere. Will that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secret? You know better than anyone that no one can accept what you are, not even her. You will never be with anyone. I understand that. No, Michael, you don't understand. But you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty, naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the masks will come off. So what if it isn't permanent, isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in life. Those moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me, begging for my help, and I have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either, for when you come to me, it will be in the time of your utmost despair, and when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. So I will take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear. Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. I heated up some wine and thought you might... Is something the matter? No, I'm fine. Thank you. No, it's nothing. All I did was warm it up over the fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter? I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore. So, yes, I am fine. Oh, wow! That's wonderful news, Master. It is. Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that despite likely questioning my sanity when I had first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. she treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling. And that, and so much more, and whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us, for what the witch had said rang truer than I wanted to admit. You will never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I had come to accept that, or so I'd thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I'd started to develop a great affection for that smile, and as much as I tried to tell myself I was just getting caught up in the moment, and that the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. That day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship, to have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what I was. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside at all costs. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it to come spilling out, and it made me desire what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed, because this happiness had become my everyday. I had no right to any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might be even possible. Oh, damn. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad or is irrelevant, I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. Fuck. Oh, man. That one word set me into motion, where I had long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you. And there was no escaping that. Oh my god. Crank it up to 11 on the tragedy. Fuck. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much, I feel like my heart is going to explode. That's why Michael was so hesitant. Oh, fuck. Oh. Ah. And that's the thing. It's like, that's something Michael can't keep a secret. Ah. Damn. God, it's oh, this is sad. Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past, what I was, knowing I could never truly be with you, that I could do nothing about this body. I pushed you away, but seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world. If you really did love me as much as you said. Together, we could change everything. We could walk a new path side by side. And so, I decided to trust my heart. Oh, god damn. I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry. Oh, fuck. I too was elated. Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste, and I wanted to be that for you. But beneath the surface, there were indecent desires. Despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough. My desire bubbled up at the warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside me. I longed for intimacy, not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay you down on my bed and satisfy those desires. I wanted to make love to you. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. No. Oh, God. I am gray. I have always known my true color. I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am, but the world refuses to accept it. Accepted it? Yeah, it's totally what it fucking said. Every time I claimed I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal? To let me be who I truly am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father Antonin had passed away. George's would, I assumed, be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he had said was true, then I would have been welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bullinger family once more. Deep down, though, I couldn't completely believe it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? I fear that they hadn't threatened to consume me, but Giselle, as often seemed to do, put my mind at ease. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michael. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds, but not enough scared something bad might happen some kind of way. Sorry. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay. Sorry, my thing crashed for a second. I'll be wrapping it up soon, too. Did a pretty long one here. Holy crap. I may have gone off the rails once Morgana came back in. Then I got, really excited again. And I really did not want to make the entire episode just poor Michael getting tortured by Amy. Like, holy fuck. Anyways. But not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together, we could create a future? No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that, even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy. After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me. And so, as we prepared for our departure, I said it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received the responses. Ah! So you were planning to tell her, okay. And I hoped dearly she would join me wherever I ended up. I couldn't provide Giselle with the same kind of happiness a normal man could. But if she and her family accepted me, and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, we already read this one. There's something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I am no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michael, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her, to go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male. I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from knights ordered to kill me.
Yep. Yeah, Michael, you really should have thought of that. Was it really a surprise with some of the responses you've gotten? Oh boy. Michael, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? Yeah, a hell of a lot more. There's something else there, isn't there? Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana! Please say something. Morgana! Your predictions, they were right. I was a fool, and you can laugh at me all you want. So please say something. Death. Death to the unholy one. Death to the heretic. Death to the witch. Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when it came for it. Well, here I am, begging for your help. Please, come back to me just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door. Michael, I'm all right. It's okay, Michael. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. Please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me.
Michael, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you? Morgana. Here you are now, wretched, pitiful. For that, you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need. Finally you speak. Michael? I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you're rewarded. For fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Michael, are you all right? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church. Yes, they did. And did you hear what the knights were saying? They've even accused you of being a witch. Taken my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Michael. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make my own wish. And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You'll grant my wish then, Morgana? Yes, absolutely. Tell me what it is you want, my poor little darling. Michael! Let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power to keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish, did you not? That was not the wish I was hoping for. I know. But that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana! Then offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. That was my plan anyway. So long as I'm considered a heretic then marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. And here you are, shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana. You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life. Thank you. Giselle, please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michael, you, Giselle, you delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michael, so please allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me this one final chance. Michael! Alrighty. And we know what happens here. I think we'll call it there for the day. I am tired, but I could not stop
like I said, wanted it to be not the continued torture of Michael earlier on, but the other thing too was once Morgana stepped in, oh man, I had to have more of that. So, so yeah, we'll call it there. Wow, what a set of events! Holy shit! Ah, poor Michael, poor Giselle, poor everybody. Except Antonin, fuck that guy. Yeah, fuck that guy, but, I mean, and also whoever sent the knights and such. Oh, man. It just gets more and more tragic, doesn't it? And also, wow, Morgana's evil. Holy shit. Can't help but like Morgana, though. She's like, you know, like Edgy said earlier. She's an evil you love to like. Oh, boy. So, yeah. I don't know when I'll continue again, but like I said, too, I really do need to get back to Bloodborne soon, so we'll see if I do that next. Or if I do this again, I'll probably have a Bloodborne day marked down, so I'll send out an announcement when that's made, but wow. Well, thanks for the folks who stood in to watch. Yeah, I get this one was much like Giselle's backstory. This was very uncomfortable at times, but you know, though people this with Michael's condition are not too many, you know, it's not a tragedy when, you know, being born that way affects your life in such a negative way. So very, very sad. But we are now getting to the point where we're catching up to the point where Giselle gives herself over to Morgana. So now, still gotta wonder. I'm wondering what Morgana's intention was of revealing that secret. But the other thing too is, I do want to know where, you know, I want a confrontation between Giselle and Michael, and I want them to, you know, I want to know how they're going to proceed forward. And then I want to know what's in it for the main plot going after that. Because now Michael knows who he is again. Giselle recalls everything. Morgana is aware of everything. So, now what? I couldn't even guess. So anyways, thanks for swinging by. Hope that you're staying safe and warm, and and that you're happy in life. And if you can't find that, I sincerely hope that, you know, you're able to squeeze it out somewhere and make the most of it. Anyways, I shall see you guys next time. Have a good day.